Anytime. All right. Okay, well, grand. Here we are, back at the desk. And we are welcoming, first off tonight, Jim Zagroy of the Information Technology Department. And we're going to look at his budget. So, let me just beam that up quickly and get to it. The stunning part about this budget is the increase in the contracts, and we'll go right to that. That's probably the first question we might ask Jim to talk about. Let me pull this up first. So, anybody can see anything here, but so as you know, this year we wanted to segregate and identify contracts so that they wouldn't get mixed in with general expenses, and we could identify them and protect them from any leveling or cuts, because they're essential to the ongoing operation of any department that has one of these contracts for outside services. And I think that's especially true for your department, Jim. But it was a shock to see, now that we've actually identified it, to see it going from 130. See if this works. Oh, this is a horrible. Okay. This is a PDF. We are now getting all our budgets in Excel format so that they will replicate better and project better. I should have gone back and gotten this one in Excel, but at any rate. So the contracts you have gone from 130,000 in actual expense in 14 to 154 budgeted for 15, and now we're looking at 200,000 for 16. So I guess those big question is what's going on, how did that happen, and I don't know. Do you want to take it away and tell us about what you guys are doing in general and what's maybe changed, and obviously this is one of the outcomes of those changes. So why don't you
well, our
take
department
it?
is very heavy with obviously servers, equipment, software, and the need to back it up and to make sure we have a proper disaster recovery in place in the event of a catastrophic, failure of the system. So, well, let me just start with, basically the different types of contracts that we do have. We have the contract for the town software. That includes the modules for what we call DN Windows, Fundware, and Zobrio. And every year there's always a slight increase in the cost of maintaining these modules. The other major contract that we have is for the Cisco Voice over IP phone system, and that is a very intense system that we have put in place 2 years ago. It's all server-driven. It's much more complicated than the one that we replaced. The other major contract that we have is with our network provider, Global Data Systems, and that encompasses monitoring servers, antivirus, firewall, system patching, email archiving, and of course the backup. So when you put all of these components together, the biggest impact this year was the backup. We were on a, when we, 3 years ago, we virtualized our server environment, and as part of that, that upgrade, we had the backup included in that one-time cost, and we had the archiving included in that one-time cost. So now we're coming due on the end of that contract. So now we have to pick up the cost of the archiving and the cost of the backup, which is local and off-site to a cloud. So that accounts for a good chunk of it. Because we have so much data that we're feeding into our system, we had to increase the amount of storage that we have available. We went from what's referred to as a 2 terabyte system up to a 4 terabyte system to accommodate all this data. And with the 4 terabyte, we should be set for, a while, but it came with a cost. That additional data is how they package the pricing on it. So, like I said, come June 30th, we'll be switching into this, picking up the new contract for the backup and for the archiving of emails. So if you have any questions regarding that.
Yeah, so I was kind of hoping you might be able to give us a bit more of a dollar breakdown, because you're talking about 3 groupings of contracts. I don't know how many within each group, or if it's just one contract that covers the whole voice-over system, and one contract with global data systems, and one contract.
They're all different. They're all, like, for example, well, our salary obligations, we have my assistant as a step increase, so that accounts for the.
No, I'm talking. Let's focus on I want to focus on the jump from 154,000 to 201,000.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's what I want to focus on, because
Yep.
that's to me is the jump that needs the most
Sure.
explanation.
Okay.
Because it's a contract, we have to pay for it. I don't know how. I mean, I presume when you sign these contracts, you're aware of the increase in cost, and for each one, and then when you add them up cumulatively, it's quite a whopping increase. So I'm wondering where that increase is coming from. Is it coming from your global data systems? Is it coming from your voice-over system, or is it coming from Fundware and Zobrio, which all of these things have been established for a year or two, and to see that kind of a jump is surprising, because you didn't add new systems, to my knowledge.
Right, but like I just mentioned,
So-
the backup and the archiving were on a 3-year agreement when we put the system in. So now those 2 products are rolling into a new contract.
The back.
The backup.
So
The daily backup.
So we're not talking about
If-
software per se, software maintenance per se. We're talking about backing the whole system.
The whole
back
system up.
Okay.
The daily work, everybody out there throughout our network, every town department, they're generating their daily work. That gets backed up on a daily basis, on-site in this building. Then it's taken off-site to a cloud location. So
Okay.
you've got the redundant.
Sure, no,
Storage.
and that's necessary. And this is a new contract?
No, it's an existing contract, but we had it for 3 years under the initial purchase when we put the virtual server environment in. We went.
Oh, so the contract from 3 years ago included.
Included this.
Okay, this
So it was
this happens
prepaid.
over and over when we buy something new. Nobody says, oh yeah, 3 years from now, we have to make sure that we've got an extra $60,000 to cover
Correct.
the maintenance contract, which is free for the first 3 years, okay, as part of the purchase agreement. So what is the cost of this new piece for backup that just kicked in?
It basically comes out to around $34,000 when you add the 2 components together.
Okay, so that would.
The local backup, the off-site, and the device itself, the physical hardware that it gets stored on in this building.
Okay, so That's 34,000 of that,
of that 50.
of that 45,
Of the
46,000.
46, yeah,
increase. Okay. So that knocks, the rest of it down to an 11,000 increase
Right, and that
on
would-
154, which is about 8%. Is that,
And that would
That's
be,
for
that would be
renewals.
all the other
others?
products
Okay.
that go up on a regular basis. Another big increase this year was the Cisco voice over IP phone system. That took a big jump because, again, there were a lot of components that were put in place that were under manufacturer warranty. And
Okay.
as those warranties expire, we now have to absorb the maintenance.
and do you have a handle on how much that?
That was
Portion was?
roughly around $6,000 from last year.
Okay.
There are two major servers in this new system. One's located here, and another one's located at our head-end building, our head-end down at the Pierce Middle School. So those two servers, they need to be covered. They came off of warranty, manufacturer warranty, software that runs on them. So basically, if you don't have these items under warranty, if something goes wrong with them, then they need to reinstall software on a new system. You wouldn't be covered. So everything is hardware and software is covered under these contracts.
So I guess, so basically $40,000 of coverage came online for products that were previously warranted.
Correct.
Okay. And if you knock that 40,000 out, now you're looking at about 6,000 on top of 154, which is a pretty reasonable percentage
And then
increase for
we,
just
in the
turnover.
past, we've been absorbing that in our general.
I understand. And it was playing havoc with your budget,
Mhm.
and you weren't able to buy new equipment.
Correct.
So this came along at just the right time, right? This policy. Steve, please.
A few questions, Jim. The warranty coverage that you now have,
Mhm.
we're paying for separately, is that a year-to-year or is that a multi-year contract?
They're an annual contract.
Annual contract
Mhm.
is, so there's no set escalator that you know of that could go up 10,000 or 30,000 in 1 year for next year?
I don't anticipate it. No, I think this year was the big hit with the phone system
Yeah.
and with the backup.
So are they gonna stay the same?
They should, once we plateau at this level, we should, other than the normal, increases, because nothing has stayed constant.
Okay.
They've all gone up.
Okay,
a
and
percentage each
any
year.
other pieces of equipment that may, over the course of this year, hit the end of their manufacturer's warranty and will get whacked another?
I don't believe so. I think we've reached all of the manufacturer's warranties
Is that
expiring.
something that you could just double back and then let us know?
Sure, sure.
Great, great.
I
No,
was
that's-
very surprised with the phone, because what ended up happening with that is when they were installing it, everything kicked in. I thought it was gonna kick in all at the same time, but it was when they installed it, that they registered with Cisco. So each component had a different end date for the manufacturer's warranty.
But the whole
so-
system was
The whole
installed
system was
within about a
installed
year.
over several months. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so now they've all come off their warranty
Correct.
and they've all hit
Correct.
the books. Okay.
And I'm covering the major components. I mean, if we were to cover every single phone component, it would just go through the roof. I mean, if you went down to the individual telephones, to every small little device.
Right.
But there are certain components that I look at and I'm like, that's not gonna be problematic. If in fact it is, we can buy that or pay for that as it happens. But the major components, the servers, the switches, and the routers, those are all under contract. As a matter of fact, we had one device fail about 2 or 3 months ago. It was a 48-port switch, and we were noticing that it was rebooting itself on I don't know, every few weeks. All of a sudden, the phone system in this building would go down, and it's like, why is it going down? And then it would reboot itself and come back online. So to play it safe, we contacted the vendor. They suggested contacting Cisco, they sent us a new switch. And the way this procedure works is the switch comes out, they want that old switch back within, I don't know, 10 days. So I'm like, I can't get that switch back to you that quick because I have to get the vendor, Presidio, to come out, reprogram the switch. But the switch itself was a $13,000 component. So they shipped me a new switch, the company came out, reprogrammed it, and that other switch went back. But if we didn't have it under contract, now you're looking at a $13,000 component, plus the cost of the company to come out and reprogram it. So that's where the contract comes into play.
So this, the total sum of contracts covers hardware that's worth, for initial purchase, costs, how much, roughly? Any idea?
Well, the phone system that we installed here was close to $300,000.
Okay.
So, I mean, you were looking at servers, switches, routers, probably $250,000 of it was hardware, and then the rest of it was the install cost. But there was a significant amount of hardware that was purchased. And the same thing for a virtual server environment, when we put that into place. That was a big chunk of change.
Okay, so I'm just, is there any sort of rule of thumb in this industry? And if you have $200,000 worth of equipment, probably your contracts are going to run $50,000 a year? Or
well, a lot of them,
something like that. I mean, how does this work?
A lot of them, it's driven by licensing. In the case of the phone system, you've got voicemail licenses that come into play. So for every person that has a voicemail box, there's a license. And they charge based on those licenses. On the hardware end of it, there's licensing on the servers. So it's not only you're dealing with hardware, you're dealing with the software part of it too.
Okay,
So if you had a major disaster and they had to reinstall all of this, it's based on the amount of licenses that you have. And I believe we have like 100 and, written down here. I want to say 120 phones. I have 139 phones that are out in every town department.
Does that include the school system? No.
And there are different types of phones out in the field. There's 2-button phones, there's 6-button phones. The police dispatch, they have 6-button phones with a sidecar that they can have all their additional lines that they need to contact people. Fire department, the same thing, they have a sidecar. So each one has a different level on it.
So if we look at your budget, is there any way you can say, okay, the police department with their fancy phones, they cost me this much, the fire department cost me this much?
Not really, because
Not really.
I mean, to replace the phone, that phone might be just a little bit more money, but to start segregating it out and say, well, this department costs this and this department, I mean, it sort of defeats the purpose of trying to consolidate everything into technology.
Okay, but some departments clearly use more technology than others.
Than others, right.
Okay.
And I mean, that's the case too for the storage. There are certain departments that put more data into the system. I mean, the GIS creates a lot of data. The AutoCAD creates a lot of data mapping. Police data, incidents that go into the system on a daily basis. All of this flows in and has to get backed up.
But it was probably the mapping and the GIS that drove you to the need for doubling the storage.
The storage, yeah, because you reach a certain level, and it's like, okay, now you have to start saying, am I going to decrease the amount of days that you have your data available?
Uh-huh.
So that's how it kind of plays out. So if you want to keep your data longer, then you're going to need the bigger amount of storage.
Okay.
And then when it goes off-site, too.
I got questions from Darnell, but how long are we keeping data now?
I believe it's 7 days. And then off-site, the same amount of data goes off-site as well.
Okay. Doesn't seem like a very long time.
Well, again, I mean,
Right.
you could move up to another device and extend that period of time.
Okay.
You reach a certain point where it will start overwriting the data. So it depends on how long you want to extend the life of it. We've found that, the way we have it set right now, it works out pretty well for retrieving data. The few times that we do have to go back, people will, different departments will say, hey, I just lost a file, or I noticed this disappeared, or whatever. So this will go in, restore it, and we're good, they're good to go. But if somebody, down the line said, geez, I misplaced a file, and it was created, say, a year ago, chances are that might not be there.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
So,
Darnell?
Yeah, we was talking about this data because we had spoke about that here, and speaking with Jim about it, it's tough, man. Because he was telling about the breaks for that data was 2 terabytes, 4 terabytes, no in betweens. And we had spoke about that, no in betweens, and I was like surprised that there was just no in betweens on it. And 7 days storage for backups. That's data's a premium in the marketplace right now, and that's short. That's a quick turnaround. And now, and actually, I did have a question for Jim that I didn't, because of a short period of time. Do we have any data that we're required to keep for longer than that we might have to back up separately somewhere else or store somewhere else that we know of?
well, the data is there. It's just that as you keep adding new data to it,
Right.
that's where you've got your turnover time. That it could be
Also,
overridden.
yeah.
Yeah. And then the other thing that comes into play here too is, we support all the town departments, and we've just taken on the library as far as bringing their servers into the virtual environment. So that's some additional data that we've brought into the system as well. Their servers were needing to be replaced. Because when the library was built, I believe it was 6 years ago, all of their equipment was purchased at that time. So servers needed to be replaced, patron computers needed to be replaced, and their staff computers need to be replaced. So they were confronted with needing to replace 2 servers over there. Where we have the virtual environment here, we figured it was easier to just consolidate that, bring it over into our environment. So that saved them having to physically buy a box and put it over at the library building.
Which wasn't in their budget anyway, because it was replacing the original stuff that came with the building. So, okay.
So,
All right. And accommodating the library cost you space on a system that you had to
space,
buy
but
anyway.
not that much. They're not that intense as far as, data on the system. If you were to break it down, it would be GIS, the mapping, all of that type of software eats up a lot of the storage. Next would be police, and then town. Town hall would probably be second, police would be third, and fire. They store their data in a database.
So, I'm a little confused about this 7-day window of retention for data. If the central business office, closes fiscal year 14 and doesn't do any more work on it, and those files are stashed away, they don't disappear in 7 days.
No, they're there. All the data is still there. It's just how much you can take and put off-site and have available to you to bring back if you need to restore it.
So if I, go ahead, Michael.
Okay, yeah, Jim, I just want to clarify some stuff about this data. So we're paying $34,000 because we went from 2 terabytes of data storage to 4.
Well, no, we were paying in that 3-year contract for this same system.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 terabytes
And then
of
we
data
went to-
storage would
we
have
went
cost
to
us how much?
4 terabytes. It was in the $20,000 range.
And we had to spend an extra 14,000 in the 4.
To jump it up to the 4 terabytes.
Okay,
Just
so
to give us that extra,
we probably have, like, right now, we're backing up less than 2 terabytes of data.
a little over 2.
We went over the 2.
Over 2.
Okay.
Yep.
So of that 2, a lot of it's maps and GIS files.
It's everything. It's all the files from the town side software. It's the GIS, it's the AutoCAD. It's
Okay.
it's everything.
So you've looked at what's taken up the most space. Is there a records retention policy that the town has? In other words, the 2014 financial data is still going to be in the 7 days data, but at some point, is the 2001 financial data still there?
Everything will be there.
Is the
yes.
1995 financial data still there?
We didn't go back that far. I mean.
That's what I'm at.
Yeah.
How far back do you go to
We
keep it?
are, well, we've gone back to, let me see here. Well, to replace the system, which we just did when we went to the virtual environment, all of the data from day one was there and ported over. So
Okay, so my question
it's
is-
there.
So, is there a policy at some point in time to say, well, we don't need this data anymore?
To archive.
Right, it goes off to
Yep.
Iron Mountain or whatever, but it
Yep.
doesn't, you're not backing it up every night,
Right.
because, so
It's-
what's the,
That's the other thing with the backup. Certain things you're not gonna back up. If you know that this file is not gonna change, then there's no need to continuously back it up night after night after night after
right,
night.
you have a flag set that this
Right.
file has no
So if
changes.
there's a change, you back it up.
But even so, my question is at what point do you stop reserving space on a file? You say it's gonna be a permanent archive, no one's ever gonna, if they want this thing, they're gonna have to go, to the Iron Mountain to
Dig
get
it
it,
out.
and not on the cloud, or,
Mhm.
do you have a policy to?
We really haven't reached that point yet, because, I mean, we have enough storage in the system that it will be there.
Okay. I work for a big health insurance company. They just put out a policy that said, we're keeping email for 2 years.
Right.
And after 2 years, it's gone.
Mhm.
So, I don't know how much of your stuff
We
is
have-
email, but
Yeah,
that would
we
maybe
have-
save you some space.
we have the capacity to store 250 gigs of email data. And that
What
would
does that
take us-
mean? What does that mean? A year's worth? A 2,
Probably
10
three.
years worth?
3, that's what we're kind of shooting for, is a 3-year window.
Uh-huh.
So 3 years you're gonna keep.
Just,
Then eventually, it gets overwritten.
Okay.
I mean, you can save stuff for as long as you want, it's just how much do you want to invest in the hardware to store it? Is what it basically boils down to.
Except that now we're storing it in the cloud, is that right?
Well, both places,
Both places.
Local. There's a device upstairs, right in the rack with our servers, that
Okay.
every day, the changes that are made to the data go into that system. And then on a pre-programmed basis, it's sent off-site. So if that,
Strictly backup,
backup.
right.
So if that device failed,
Then you could go,
go to the company and they would retrieve it off of their cloud for us.
So can I just, the final question is,
Please.
so there's no way, Jim, we could have saved $14,000 by doing a records or a purge and getting under the
No.
2 terabytes?
No, because you just keep, you're adding that
Okay.
data to it.
No
on a
further
daily basis.
questions.
okay. So, Phil, please.
Jim, based upon your current usage, how quickly are you gonna use up the 2 new terabytes?
We should be good for several years down the road. This isn't something that now we're gonna jump to well, the next level would be 6. It's the way that it goes. It's like, you just don't add small components. The way they sell it is 2, 4, then the next jump would be 6.
Are the incremental terabytes the same cost?
Basically, yeah, so, whatever you can, the device, what they do is they give you a new device. So in other words, the device is sort of part of the deal, so you'll get a new device that has the bigger capacity. And then you offset that with how much you're gonna send off-site as well.
Now, since the GIS and the AutoCAD is doing a lot of this storage increase, do we need to look at different rules for how much of that we keep?
Well,
And how long we keep it?
it's-
Because that's really data-intensive stuff,
Yeah, the mapping.
yeah.
And plus a lot of it too, a lot of departments wanna scan data. So, I mean, and that's
Do you
great.
have any policies on that,
That's
on
great.
scanning data?
Not policies as far as what you can scan?
Yeah,
Not really. I mean, if some department came to us and said, hey, we want to take the whole archive room here and scan it, then we'd have to say, well, that's.
so you'd run to us then and say, we're gonna blow the budget. See, that's our problem as a financial committee, is that there are certain uses of your services that are very valuable and very
Right.
important that happen below the radar
Mhm.
and affect the budget that we're gonna see at a future date without any forewarning to us that that's happening. And there don't seem to be any rules in place for preventing that from happening. Because someone comes to you with a request, your job is to do your job and help the departments do it.
Well, I think a
But
lot
I
of
don't
people.
think people are aware of the costs associated necessarily with the
Just-
request they're making.
I was just gonna say that everyone is like, oh, great, we can take all of this paper, scan it in, I can rip this up, I don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah.
But it comes with a cost.
Maybe we need to do an educational effort somehow, I don't know how we
I
would
mean,
do
if
it.
you're never gonna need this data,
Yeah,
is there a reason to scan it into this, other than saying it's scanned into the system?
yeah.
That's, I think, what it boils down to.
Darnell?
That's it. Jim, I want to caution you on one thing is that 2 terabytes, it's one project away from probably being gone. So, so when you say it either should last us for quite a few years, it's one new project away from being gone, similar to the mapping project that
Well,
expanded.
based on the, what we're
current
putting
usage,
into the system now.
Current usage, yeah. But I'm
Yeah.
saying because we.
I think the initial hit was, when we started computerizing.
Rising,
That all this data was going into the system. Now it's just that
It's the piling of effect, yeah.
piling it about, moving forward with it.
Because that's how it happens all the time. So Somebody else gets a great idea, just like you're saying, and then all of a sudden it's like,
Well,
where did this come from?
the other thing that eats up a lot is if you're gonna stream video and you wanna save video.
There you go. It's like
And,
we're gonna record all of our interrogations, or we're gonna record all
Well,
our,
exactly.
we record all our calls now coming in and backing those up. Great idea, but once it goes and you're saving those digitally, it's like they just suck up space, and all of a sudden you're not talking
that's-
6 terabytes, you're
I mean,
talking
that's
whatever.
a trade-off with all this stuff that,
Yeah.
okay, if you're gonna need it down the line, obviously now you need to save it.
Right, and
And it has to go somewhere, and you can't save it without having it be stored, so if there was a disaster, you need to retrieve it.
right, or somebody starts to make them requirements. State comes out now, we required you to store this stuff for X amount of period of time.
Mhm.
It changes the whole spectrum. So I say, at current usage, we expect to be at this. I caution those words to be added there.
But I don't anticipate any department hitting us with a big load of data. I think we've sort of plateaued, so now it's just the daily work that gets into the system.
So So I did notice that one of your machines upstairs, I think in the selectman's office, scans things at a gargantuan level. And I don't know if you can reset that, or if
Oh, I
there's a
think-
switch that can be
I
flipped.
think you're referring to, it gets scanned to a PDF
Yeah,
that
right.
gets sent to, I believe, there's the selectmen, they get their agendas.
Yeah, or these budgets, if, I'm gonna get them all now on Excel.
Mhm.
But a lot of these budgets were scanned in that office and they come through huge. So, are people using giant settings for everyday type stuff?
I don't think they're using anything that's out of the ordinary. They're not, you know.
Well, this is out of the ordinary. I don't need archival quality,
Right.
you know, PDFs for, which aren't very high quality anyway.
Yeah.
So the defects are in great detail. So I want to ask you a couple more questions about your general expenses. You list software support and equipment maintenance. And those things sound like contracts to me, but they're not, I take it.
Which ones are these now you're referring to?
In your general expenses,
Mm-hmm.
you have supplies, software support, equipment maintenance. And software support and equipment maintenance, there are no contracts involved in any of those?
Those are what I pulled those contracts out of. Like software support, that would be your Funware, your Zobrio, your DN Windows. Equipment, networking would be all of the global data part of it. The,
Okay, we're talking $2,000. It says software support, $2,000.
that's after taking out the contractual amount.
Okay, so this is $2,000 just in case,
Of any unforeseen issues that would crop up, that
Okay.
you might need to buy a small software product, that somebody might need a
patch of something.
license for Adobe or something like that.
and then on the equipment maintenance,
Equipment maintenance,
there's no contract in there. This is just as it,
no, that would
as you
be,
need it.
that would
Okay.
be if, if a computer broke. And short of replacing it, if we needed to, say, buy a hard drive for it, or we needed to do some repairs on a printer, that's what we would take out of that category.
Okay. So
But as
stuff-
far as the networking, all of the numbers that you see, the 201, 455, that was taken out of those categories
Right.
for the contracts.
Okay, so these are incidental expenses
Right.
above and beyond the
But, yeah.
contracts for stuff that's generally too
I mean,
old or
networking,
too cheap to bother
yeah,
covering.
Well, networking, if you had some issues with the network and you needed to replace a switch here or a wireless device or whatever, that's what would pay for that category.
And so the other big line item is equipment. And obviously you have to keep all the equipment
Mhm.
up to snuff. And you have about 400 pieces of it, so
I mean, essentially, that's our operation.
Right.
Is taking all the equipment we have that forms our infrastructure, making sure that that's covered, and then replacing the equipment that the employees use on a day-to-day basis to do their job.
right,
And
keeping it up.
for them to perform their job efficiently and effectively, they need new equipment. Because as softwares change and different things change, the speed is affected on the computers, so you need to keep pace with it. You can't leave a computer for 10 years on somebody's desk and expect them to perform the same functions on it at the same speed. It's just gonna be very slow, and that's.
Of course. The $61,000 you have here under level service, then
Mhm.
I would presume that's sufficient to replace
Last
The items that
year,
need to be
our
replaced.
goal was to replace all of the old systems that we had out there that were XP, which
Okay.
we did.
Right?
Short of a few systems that are really critical, that are not used for day-to-day, data storage and whatever, like the laptops that the selectmen use. Those are a Windows XP, but all they use that for is to bring up their PDFs, and so it's not a critical replacement. But for the units that are in the field.
Sure, they'll be
replaced
happy to
all
hear
of
that they're not critical.
Well, they're not critical in the sense that all you're doing is you're bringing up a document on it.
Yeah.
Okay. So is there a particular goal this year for the 61,000, or is that just what you figure you need to replace the stuff that's the
Well,
oldest?
it's not just the PCs, it's printers, as printers fail. Switches that might need to be replaced, phones that might need to be replaced. Anything out in the field that would need to be replaced. In the corner there, that's the wireless router up there. If that failed, obviously we'd have to, replace that. Those run about $500 a piece.
So,
Oh,
So Jim, then your difference obviously between your level dollar and level service is just you'll have less capacity to
replace
replace
hardware.
things
Yep.
as the year progresses.
So what you're doing is you're trying to extend the life of certain hardware, but eventually it's going to catch up to you.
Right.
Because instead of replacing 30, now if you're not funded for it,
Get
that's
the
going to
budget.
be deferred.
Right.
So, it's pay me now or pay me later,
Okay.
so to speak.
is the town experiencing any savings at all by moving to smaller units rather than chunky laptops or desktop units?
We've been purchasing the average price of a system about $655 to $750 for the PC itself. Then on top of that, we put Office Professional on it,
Okay.
which contains your Office, your Word, your Outlook,
Sure.
that Access. So that brings the cost of the computer up to about $1,100. What we've been trying to do now is we've put a few units out in the field with solid-state drives for the speed.
Yep.
So, and people have been impressed with it. They're like, oh, wow, it's like, bang, we get our data that quickly. That's about $100 more a unit to go from the regular drive to a solid-state drive. And then increasing the memory on all the computers. We went from 2 gigabytes of memory to 4 gigabytes, so now we're up to 8 gigabytes. Because of what people are actually doing on their local computers, they need that processing power. So that's why you can't stay stagnant with the equipment. You have to keep turning it over.
So is the $61,000, if that was held, level or plus 2% or 3% or 4% a year over the next 3 years, do you have all the equipment replaced? Is it a 5-year cycle?
Hopefully over a
What do you
3 to
think?
4 year period, everyone will have their equipment replaced. That's the goal.
And that's achievable at the $61,000 level as opposed to
I think we could do
47?
that. Well, yeah, anything less than that, then you're running into extending the life of a computer maybe two more years, say. But then you're going to increase your maintenance cost, because now if it breaks, you can't
Sure.
replace it. You're going to have to see what you can do to make it functional again.
And in the past, your equipment budget has suffered. I know we boosted it last year by...
25, I believe.
Well, your general expenses by 25. I think 15 of that was to get your equipment line back
Mhm.
up. So it was just, I know you had asked for 25, but it was just, and there it is, another 10,000 for this year. That's the difference.
Mhm.
Okay.
And it's like, it's hard when somebody, comes into the office and they're like, my computer is running so slow, I can't do what I need to do on a daily basis. And it's frustrating. And it's like, you'd like to say, okay, we have a brand-new computer, but sometimes we can't. we have to sort of make do, either, you know, run through scans or, you know, try to, you know, pick the speed up. That's what I say, if you don't replace these on a timely basis, that's what you run into. You're gonna have a lot of units out there that are gonna, you know, be problematic. And when people are trying to do, you know, they've got customers at the counter, they gotta process, you know, bills and whatever, you need equipment that's gonna perform the way you want it to.
Right.
And that's all we've been trying to do, is keep all of the equipment up to standard.
Seems like a great, reasonable goal, you know, absolutely, Phil.
Jim, we know that the selectmen have put together a 5-year budget. We haven't seen it yet.
Mhm.
But presumably you provided them some information on your budget 5 years out. When you looked at it, were you shocked by how much it's gonna grow in the next 5 years?
Well, yeah, because, I mean, well, we took the big increase when we went from servers to the virtual environment,
Yeah.
but I think we're pretty good now with what we have in place. From what I've, you know, the vendor that I'm dealing with that installed it, they're pretty confident that we're set for several years down the line. Other than tweaking it a little bit and replacing components, we're in a good position with what we have. And then it's just, like I said, keeping the equipment current on the desktops.
You don't happen to recall where your budget looks like 5 years down the road?
Not off the top of my head, I don't. Yeah.
So, one thing we usually ask you, any department comes along, is if we had a small amount of one-time funds available. Do you have any requests?
My only request would be in the hardware category, that I would like to, you know, have enough there to replace enough units, so at the end of the 3 to 4 year cycle of these machines, we're new. We don't have anybody out there that has an old computer. I mean, in the past, we've tried to pass computers along, so to speak. And to be honest, it's really not fair to the employee to give somebody an old piece of equipment that somebody else had. It's, you know, we do it for countertops. We've had a lot of requests. Departments want to put computers on their counter now to deal with the public. They don't need the processing or the computing power that the employees need. So we repurpose the computers for that, and that's fine. But to pass a computer on, say, to you or you that somebody else has had for 3 years, I mean, it.
I don't know, how long did Trish have Julia's computer?
I'd lift it up if I could lift it. It's too heavy to pick up.
Yeah, been a while, anyway.
It's just
So you
the
need to get in
nature of
line.
the industry that everything changes, and you have to keep current with the hardware.
Don't know.
What level processor are we putting in those systems right now? Are we going with the Intel? Are we going to i5 or i5 or better? Or what?
i5s on most of them. Yep. And we've been using HPs. We were with Dells, but we transitioned to HP, so there's 99% of them out there are HPs now. And we've had good luck with them. We buy all of the equipment off of the state pricing. So.
Okay. I think it'd be great if you could give us a list for the future of what the contracts are that you have
Mm-hmm.
with a attendant dollar amount.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
That would be a good resource for the
Okay. So
committee and for future iterations. So.
like I said, once we reach this amount that we're requesting this year, it should be pretty accurate, other than, say, next year, just the normal increases. There shouldn't be a big leap like this year.
So I'm not sure I want to open up this can of worms, but in terms of signing for contracts that will affect a budget that hasn't been funded or approved, how does that work? Do you go to the town administrator and say, look, I've got to sign a contract for the future here. I don't know if my budget will be approved to cover it. What do you do?
Well, so far, we've been able to cover it within our general expenses.
Right, but not this year, you wouldn't have
This,
been able
this, this year,
Joe.
if, we would have,
And these contracts are signed, we've got to cover them, and I'm
Right.
glad we changed our policy on
but
it.
say if I had the same amount of money as last year, I'd have, I don't know, what, $15,000 for the whole year in general?
Right.
To replace equipment, to do the break and fix, and, I mean, you'd really, be strapped,
Right,
if you had to absorb it.
right, right. Well, good, great. Does anybody have any more questions for Jim?
I think
Thank you.
we had, in the early discussion, have you got a detailed list of the equipment and inventory, everything tagged?
As far as what,
All the
physical-
machines?
Yeah, we do. We, I actually have, I listed it out myself here tonight, so I would have it as far as identification, but we.
Well, I'm glad I asked.
Yeah, right here. We actually were able to inventory it through a piece of software that will keep track of it. So it's not just out there randomly.
Right, you'll know
Yep.
the age of the
Yep.
fleet or whatever,
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
Good.
So you could forward that along with the contracts?
Yeah.
That would be great.
I will do that. But yeah, like I say, I came up with this chart here, and I was surprised when I started adding up all the numbers, how many individual devices come under our domain here.
How many?
431 I came up with.
Wow.
That's switches, routers, phones, wireless devices, servers. Servers not in the conventional box in our virtual environment.
Yep.
There's 14 servers that are living in that environment. And that went up too because of the library.
Right.
And the other thing, I don't know whether, I think I'd mentioned it to you, Ted, was the servicing that the library, the coverage on their PCs, their antivirus, they take care of that now on their own for 25 units.
Okay.
So if that was to come over into IT, it would just be consumed in our networking component part of the software. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, that's a good question.
Does that include the computers available for the public use?
No, that's just for the staff. I
What
believe.
do they do with the public computers?
The public computers, they don't have the same type of, they do it manually, like the updating and what have you. The 25 computers that they have for staff, they're paying for, like we are on our side, antivirus, desktop support, patching, which I believe comes out to about $6,000 is what Will is budgeted for on his side.
But they must put antivirus software on the public ones as well, don't they?
I think they're putting like Microsoft Essentials,
Okay.
that type of.
Yeah.
There's a different system that they do for those computers.
I mean, can you get a better deal?
As
The
what, as far as
library's
adding
getting?
25 more onto the, no, not really.
No. Okay, so there's.
It would
so
be the
there's
same
no-
exact coverage, it would be just taking 25 computers and bringing 25 computers more into our environment.
So can you tell us how much that adds to your budget and how much we should be
It was-
saving in the library budget?
Yeah.
But it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, I have it here. I think it was close to $6,000
Yeah, it's mentioned 6,000 in the library.
in the library, yep.
Well, I'd say leave it in the library budget. Yeah. At least, certainly for this year. I don't think there's any advantage in.
Yeah, here it is,
switching costs.
right here, it's, they're paying for antivirus, server, support. With, the reason that we did this is because they're open weekends, evenings, so if they needed support off hours, they're covered. So they've got, server remote remediation, network device, and firewall, which totals $59.40, I believe is what they're paying. So that's exactly what the same categories we have on our side. So if you took that amount of money, brought it onto our side, And then we would just add these 25 computers to our, if that makes sense.
Bill?
Of course, that will make it a little bit more difficult for the library to meet the minimum, state minimum standard in order to get their grants, if they're gonna take 6,000 from the budget and offload it on another budget.
I don't think we have any problem meeting
We had
that.
it in the past, I don't know
We
if
have,
down.
right. And we'll look at that when we see the libraries. But it's the average of the past 3 years. And since the revolving funds are included in that formula, we haven't had any difficulty recently. So, well, this is great. Thank you for keeping us all up and running and coming in tonight.
Well, I appreciate you having me here and your support as always. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim.
Okay. Oh, great. So next up tonight, we have Parks and Recreation. We have our director, Dave Perdios, and Tom McCarthy, Commissioner, one of 3. Are you the senior commissioner, or how does it work?
Steve Alfanato was the chairman.
Oh, okay, so you do have a chairman, right? Yeah. Great. Anyway, well, so let me switch over to your budget. Now, I gotta tell you, when I first looked at your budget, I thought you had screwed up on the one-time funds for the park and not backed, for the trailer, and hadn't backed them out, but you had, so you're fine. And it's a pretty straightforward budget, and we'll get to it. Okay. Next department. All right. Now, I guess the major thing that differentiates your department from most others is the size of the revolving funds and sort of the non-general fund activity that you have. It's pretty impressive, and sort of doubles the size of your operation if you were just to look at the general fund. Your budget's about 400,000 or a little bit more. Obviously, you wouldn't mind if it was higher, but the other side of the coin, the non-general fund, is you're bringing in through the revolving fund and gift accounts. You're bringing in $500,000, and so that's shows an awful lot of activity, and I think maybe you should tell us about some of this stuff, because the only detail we get here just says recreation revolving, revenue 400,000, expended 423, and I think a lot of people have no clue that involves 23 more employees and that you have to manage and these programs, and a lot of the attendant expenses that come with trying to maintain the grounds to support those programs. But I don't know, why don't you tell us about it?
Well, we're a parks and recreation, so I like to say we're 2 departments.
Okay.
The revolving accounts that are up there, the rec revolving account, pretty much fully funds our recreation side. It's there's $0 from the tax levy that funds, other than salary and wages, which goes back and forth. So, basically what we've done is we've taken the recreation program, it's all fee-based. We budgeted out each program, see what it's gonna cost us to run, and that's how we arrive at a fee. We run programs throughout the year, anywhere from kindergarten programs up to adult programs. Could be basketball, could be tennis, We do special needs programs. We run a major program in the summer up at Cunningham Park, where we have roughly 200, average of 250 kids on a yearly basis, ages 7 to 13. We're in the process right now. We just started this past week in our ski program up the street. Have about 280 kids from the town participating in that program, a big solid program, and that ages all over. We do a little snowboarding there also. So it's a very wide-ranging recreation program that we offer. In the past few years, we've tried to streamline the department. We have online registration now that has made our job a lot easier, more accountable. We know where our dollars are coming from and going a little bit better now. And we're always looking for other ways to do that. So we're probably, in my estimation, 80% of our office time and our time is spent on recreation. You know, our man hours that in the office and managing it, whereas probably 20%, at least from an office standpoint, and us managing the outside, it's pretty much me with my laborers. In an employment type of thing, we employ 100 plus individuals on a yearly basis. The summer program, for instance, is at Cunningham Park. We have roughly 20 to 25. That's ranging from adult supervisors down to high school kids who work as staff the 8-9 weeks that we're there, 35 hours a week. We bring in someone in the office to help out at the office in the summer, because that's where pretty much everybody's out. We also have sports camps, so you're looking at another 6, 7, 8, 9 kids. That's just in that one time frame. The basketball program, you know, during the winters, like right now, we have 2 programs being run at the same time. We have a instruction program for kindergarten and first grade. That's on, we're using 3 gyms on Friday nights. We have to fully staff that, 7 or 8 kids at each gym. And then on the weekends, we're up at the high school on Saturdays and Sundays. So we employ a lot of the youth. We try to get them in and hang on to them. So we're right, from a recreation standpoint, it's a big operation. We're always looking to run new programs. Sometimes the facilities that are available in town restrict us. We would like to do more in the gyms, but there's no space, there's no time, which is fine. We get our fair share. We've thought about flag football, things like that, but we also work real close with the youth programs in town. We don't direct them, we don't, but we permit the fields and we work very closely with them, not only on an everyday basis, but with the MySAC program. It's Milton Youth Sports Advisory Committee, and that's funds that we receive from each league for every registration, and the funds that they give us on a yearly basis, we pick a project out with their cooperation each year, 1 or 2 field projects, and we expend the money to fix things. For instance, I think it was August, we did Shields over.
August, yep, Shields.
Shields Playground, the park itself, the baseball, softball field, had been neglected for a lot of years.
Kelly in the spring.
Yep, so we did both of those fields, put some money into both of those, heavy money. We have up to $28,000 to $30,000 a year that comes in through that group. And our commitment, that started back in 2000, and our commitment to them was that, you know, if you're gonna give us this money, we're gonna put it into the fields for safety and upkeep. It was born out of the realization that the capital money was just not there. We weren't getting the money to fix the fields. And we were charging $1,000 a league, so we went from $5,000 to $30,000. And we've spent over $500,000 on capital projects since 2001. That is all non-tax levied money.
That's impressive. I mean, if we look at this list of accounts here, you have an Andrews Park gift, you have Crane Park gift, you have a Gile Road Field gift, Kelly Field gift, special needs gift, Turner's Pond gift. I mean, there's just a lot of gifts. And it speaks to the generosity of people in town to maintain these parks. And obviously, you couldn't do it without those gift accounts. And those, the Gile Road, you just took in 10,000 on that this year. And the Crane Park is a new one. That's your neighborhood, right, Mike?
Right.
Is that your neighborhood association? Put that together?
We gave a smaller amount of money, and the Rotary Club is holding it. It doesn't come up to $10,000.
That's from Copeland, right?
Right.
Copeland came.
For trees and stuff. That money's actually already spoken for trees and other things down the road. And actually, I think we're waiting for the bill, if
Yes,
I'm not
we are.
mistaken. We're
The
waiting
trees
for
have already been planted.
Yeah,
The bill is slow coming, huh?
I'm not complaining.
So I think, yeah, I mean, this is a huge part of your operation, obviously, and it's financed by, you know, I mean, the fees primarily, but you mentioned to me that it's volatile, and you know, if you don't have the same number of kids year in, year out, then you can't really depend on it, and it be a problem. And I'm not sure how you deal with it, but
The revolving accounts, they're our fallback every year for our park side, even though it's 20% for how we manage it. The operation is used, we have 115 acres, and we have 3 laborers to handle that. We cut, maintain, safety, you name it, we do it all. In the summer, we have seasonal kids. So when our general expenses go, which right now, as of this afternoon, our general expense line item has $120 in it for the rest of the year. So starting next week, we'll start looking at the revolving accounts to try to stay afloat. Where we,
so you're talking about the general expense
For the park,
appropriation of
gen-
$84,858
Right.
that began in
July 1st.
July 1st and was mostly expended in the summer and the fall, and now you're down to 0.
Pretty much, yes. A little earlier this year than normal. Our trucks are very old, dating back to 1980, I think 99, some of them, and we just had to spend roughly $7,000 on to repair a 2004 rack truck that we need, one of our guys drives around in. So it was a pretty heavy hit, but, so usually we're able to stretch it into February, and then, but where the volatility comes in, and like this year from a planning situation, our summer program at Cunningham, which is our biggest program, we were down 45 kids this past summer, which translates to $25,000. That money's gone. There's no way of getting it back. And we've had a good run here with the ski program. So we made back about $8,000. For some reason, this was a good year, even though we don't have snow. This was a good year for people signing up for the ski program, but we're still in the hole.
There was good snow last year, so
Exactly.
they said, okay, it's coming again, you know?
So we're still in the hole, and that money, it's just gone. So that's part of that pot. I anticipate roughly $45,000 that we're gonna have to take from our general expenses and our gift accounts and all of that we're gonna have to use to cover our expenses on the parks, fill in our general expense line item.
Right, well, see, I think something that I need to understand a little more specifically is your general revolving fund operation and the recreational part contributes a certain amount generally each year to the park maintenance. And that's what you're missing when your enrollment drops.
Yes.
Then you don't generate that, I think you said it was a $30,000
$25,000
cushion.
Yeah.
That supplements our general fund, general expense allowance for the parks in the direct maintenance of those facilities. So if you lose that because your enrollment drops, it's a problem for the parks overall. It's not just a problem, you know, for your recreation program. Darnell.
So I look at these numbers and they just blow me away sometimes because, and I think the fundings, the way you fund these things, you know, look at the cost, divide it out, and then here's the bill. At some point, you basically get to the point where, guess what, kids, we can't do soccer this year because we can't afford it anymore. And if we're raising those year after year after year, it gets to that point. So it's not no longer a viable option for a lot of families and stuff. So that's going to affect your enrollment. Therefore, it's going to affect the ability to fund and run your park and recreations, especially since we've basically turned over the funding of our park and recreations department to the fees of that department. I mean, the town stepped aside and said, we decided we're not going to really do anything with those. And put it on the back of those. And that's another thing when we talk about where we get hurt, basically by not doing operational things in this town. All right, when we decide that, you know, it's not important to look at, you know, keep operational. This is another area in which, you know, the town gets hurt. You know, so we can say that, oh, you know, we can use one-time money to do one-time thing, to do operational things. And this is a glaring area where you see that that calculation doesn't work. Because at a certain point, enrollment's going to go down. We no longer can fund it. You're going to have to come back here and ask us for it. And then people say, well, some people might have an argument, well, if they can't afford to pay for it, they shouldn't do it. Is that the type of town we want, where kids can't even join the soccer team or play Little League baseball or anything because their parents just can't afford it? I don't think that's the type of town we want, but that's the type of town we're getting because of the way these budgets are being put together right now. And I want to make that point.
Thank you. Now, well, I think there are a lot of leagues in town, you know, that benefit from the efforts of the parks to maintain the grounds that are leased to them. But I think the issue here, you know, and that's great.
These fees.
And the leagues are charging the fees, generally. We're talking about the recreational programs that are run by the Parks and Recreation Department, and those fees, those haven't gone up crazily. Or have they?
They have gone up, but the board has been very sensitive to that concern. I mean, we're $550 for the Cunningham program. Now, if you want to break it down to the hour, it's about $2 an hour, but that doesn't work anymore. Once you put try to put 2 or 3 kids in there, and then you're doing the basketball and you're doing everything else. So we have a lot of families we're taking checks for totals of over $1,000 to participate in recreation in this town. Well over $1,000 to participate in recreation, but
And that
that's-
same family is then paying the schools for participation in their
and the
athletic
leagues.
programs.
So there you go.
And the leagues.
But to Donnell's point, we do charge a $10 registration fee, and we haven't raised that in a long time.
No.
And that's for that MISAC, which goes into this fund, which also funds Paul D'Amato, the recreation supervisor,
Right.
completely.
Right.
So we don't want to raise those fees because then the leagues are going to raise the fees to the kids anyhow. So it's a cyclical problem.
Yeah.
Something we need to deal with. You know, we're playing with borrowed money, basically. You know, we're counting on getting these registrations and participation, and someday we might not get as much. And as Dave says, you know, we're $45,000 from the rec revolving account to cover general expenses.
45,000?
I anticipate 45 from now until the end of the year that we'll have to take from some of those funds up there to pay for our general expenses for the rest of the year. That includes pencils, erasers, paper in the office, and everything outside. That's everything to
Okay.
run.
I don't want to lose track of,
Yeah.
Phil had a point or a
Yeah, I
question.
wanted to ask a question. The schools have a policy regarding hardship with their athletic fees. Is it possible for you to consider that at all when someone comes in and wants to sign up for a plan and you get the feeling they can't afford it?
We don't turn anybody away.
No, we don't turn anybody away. We have an in-house policy that we use. We coordinate with the school guidance counselors.
Yeah.
One of the things we have to be careful with is, the whole program is, people are coming in and paying for their child,
Right,
not for someone else's.
right.
And that's where we but we're very generous, I'll just say that. And we don't wanna see anybody, but there's a limit, because, like, we need $45,000 to get through the year so that the fields are safe. But
And there are those
Yeah,
kids
right.
and those parents who aren't even gonna ask if they
and
feel
that's,
bad about it.
yeah, but we work real close with the guidance counselors, and they help us. They bring it to us. The church next door, they're very good, and they've helped.
Mhm.
So there are some organizations, and we do our share.
Okay, so what's difficult about your budget is that it is in two parts. And the recreation part, we see the overall activity, but we don't really know what it's for. So when you have your fiscal year 14 revenue, I pretty much understand that, and then you have the expenses, okay? Somewhere in these expenses, there are actual categories of expense, like wages for all the guys you hire to run the programs, and somewhere in there, there's an amount that goes to contractors, for the fields and God knows what, okay? And it's that amount that, I mean, obviously you get 28 to 30 directly from the Milton Youth Soccer
Sports advisory
Sports,
committee.
right, for field purposes, but you spend more out of these accounts than you get from them, okay? And so what I need to know is, what are you spending out of these accounts that's sort of, what are these accounts contributing to the general expense of maintaining the parks above and beyond that direct line item from NYSI? Because if the recreation league went away, you would still have many of those expenses, right? And right now, I'm just wondering how what are those expenses that we can't see in here? I mean,
So just,
you see what I
I guess
mean?
for my-
See what I'm saying?
my own, to clarify, you're looking for maybe a breakdown, a line item breakdown of that particular fund? Or all these
Well, you've
funds?
got $537,000 of expenses in
Right.
fiscal year 14, okay? How much of that pretty much just went straight to the park side of the coin to pay for general expenses and field maintenance? And,
45, you think you're gonna
Yeah,
spend.
because that was
Yeah,
actually gonna be mine.
I mean, that's what we're looking for. If the recreational league went away, you wouldn't be able to bring that money into the parks budget.
So,
Yeah.
Right, so what would we need,
it were.
and
So-
where would we be? And-
if I can just
Yeah, go ahead.
extrapolate on that, that was my question, but historically, like you say, you're gonna use 45,000 this year. What did you use the year before? What did you use the year before that? So did you have some sort of tracking on this and what the averages might be over a 3-year, 5-year, something like that period of time?
Anywhere from, we have been tracking anywhere between $40,000 and $55,000 a year from the revolving accounts
To cover the
to
general.
go to cover our general
general
maintenance of
expenses.
the fields and anything on the field side.
Okay.
That's what we've been basically, for the last 3 or 4 years. That's basically where we're at with that. at this budget level for general expenses, we've been pretty steady now for the last, at 75, give or take here or there, for general expenses. And another, anywhere from 40 to 55. And the reason, and it could fluctuate more, but like I said, we just got a $7,000 bill that we never thought we would get. And we had to pay to put the truck on the road. So there's a little bit of flexibility, but we're looking at, out of that chunk, to cover our general expenses.
So basically, 7 or 8 months into the fiscal year, you guys have probably spent the town appropriation, and now you're dipping into your revolving funds to cover the rest to cover the months 9 through 12, or something like that.
Right, that's exactly what's going on.
Okay.
In the MISAC money is not included in that. That's basically a separate project by item type special project. That's outside of that. Like Tom said, we did a major project at Kelly, we did a major project at Shields. We reconstructed the field, so we took that money, and that was a capital expense that we did. So that money it goes into the rental revolving account. That's where most of the money in the rental revolving account goes to. You know, there's other monies, if we have, like Nike, we have a camp in the summer that Nike comes in and rents our middle field. We'll put that money in that rental account. If someone else, an outside organization, rents a field for $1,000, that goes in the rental revolving. But 90 to 95% of the money that goes into that rental revolving account now is that MISAC money. So,
Which is dedicated to
that
field
field thing. So there's that, comes right off the top. So,
Now, to some extent, field maintenance has to happen regardless of,
exactly.
I mean, the seasons, winter happens and spring happens, whether or not you have a ton of players on the field. But you do have a ton of players on the field. You don't do all the work yourself. You have to contract out for it, okay? And some of those contract costs are not hidden, but are part of these expenses.
Yes.
And then some of them are also in your, I imagine, in your regular expenses under grounds and building maintenance. Is that where they are?
Yep, buildings and grounds is very big, equipment maintenance.
Okay, so is this 22,000 under grounds and building maintenance? Does that include your outside contractors for aeration and fertilization?
Yes.
Okay. Is that pretty much most of that line item?
Oh, it's more than that. It would be more than that.
Right, but that line
Yeah,
item.
that's eaten up.
So for instance, last year, actual $20,977, that's pretty much all outside contractors for
I'd say so.
grounds maintenance.
The 20,000 would just, I mean, the fertilizer would cost how much of it? That much, to do the proper program.
Okay, but grounds and building maintenance, that 20 grand went to outside contractors, pretty much, right? That line item?
Well,
No?
you could say that because it goes to, as we move along.
Right.
It goes to it. Our turf maintenance program last year was roughly $36,000 for the whole year.
Okay,
So-
where did the money, which line item covered that $36,000?
That first one you can say,
Okay,
that's where it came from.
so 20 of the 36
Yeah.
came
If-
from that line item.
The
and
remaining came from
Other
our.
16 came from your revolving funds?
Yes, if you want to break it down, yes.
Okay,
Simplify it, yes.
all right, go ahead, Paul.
It might help in the future, because I've noticed, if you look at fiscal year 14, your original budget, and actual are all identical. So back to the point of you're using the revolving funds to cover, so obviously what you're doing is you're spending, here's the general expense line, and you spend all of it. That's why you have zero. So it might help in the future if you could give us a breakdown of what the actual numbers are that you're taking from the revolving funds to plug in to these different categories.
Mhm.
So that way we know what you're actually, by the end of the year, this is what you're actually spending beyond what was appropriated for each one of them.
But could you, I just want to say, is the answer to that question your level service budget? So instead of 22.9, I see 36.3 for grounds and build. You with me? So that's the
Yeah, no, I
difference
see
between,
that. That's what
that's the
he's
difference between 84 and the
And that's what
122
he's
is.
projecting for the current, the coming,
Right, but not for the previous year.
but
for
it'd
the
be
coming
good
year.
if we had a
I see what you're saying.
history
Right.
as well, so we know, like, where you've been plugging in. You know, so if you're spending, you've got a grounds and building maintenance budget of $20,977, you're spending all of it. But obviously, you're going through that, that's spent before your fiscal year is up, and you're having to take money from your revolving funds to cover shortfall. If we also had a number on all those shortfalls of where the revolving fund monies are going to cover those, that'd probably be helpful.
So, Steve?
Yeah, Dave, I'm just wondering if there's a mistake on the spreadsheet under column G on Schedule E, where it's 28,521 on the water sewer, because it's 8,521 everywhere else.
Yeah.
And if so, if that carries down, which it looks like, down to the 122.
Where's that again? I'm sorry.
Column G.
You're on water and sewer?
Yeah, it's, there's a 20
increase
grand
there?
bump.
16?
Yeah,
2005.
2016 level service.
Says
It's
28.
it's
28,521 is the number on the spreadsheet I have.
Looks like a $20,000.
Yeah.
20,000 increase for level service.
102,858.
So that should be the 8,521?
Or unless you have
8,521.
$20,000
So
worth of more water.
Like, there's
that you
nothing
need.
going on, you're
No,
not
no.
having to replace like a,
No, but
It's water fields.
what I'm, on a level service, what I'm trying to show is our water bill is $28,000 a year. Okay, that's what I think we were trying to say there.
And you're getting it covered through the revolving fund.
Exactly.
And you're- and
Yes,
you're-
that is not,
Yeah.
it's not a typo.
Exactly.
And they're actually, you were in arrears on that bill, and you're
Yeah.
finally catching up to it.
We were in the rears about $45,000 on 3 fields, and I think we've narrowed that down now to where we're under $5,000. We'll be back to even. And what we've done is, we've had a well now put in, we have a well at Flatley, and we have a well at Kelly Field now. So that's helped us tremendously. Flatley was something that was put in when the field was turned over to us. So we really, we weren't paying the water bill up there prior to that. We just didn't incur that cost when we took that field over 8 years ago, 8 or 9 years ago. But at Kelly Field, this year, we started to see a savings, and we put it back into the water arrears so we could get even with the town. We've done a pretty good job with that, working with Joe Lynch, and we've been very aggressive to try to correct that. And we'll be back even by middle of the year. And part of the agreement was we would pay our current water bills on time and not fall behind. We've been doing that. And that pretty much is coming from revolving accounts or the gift accounts. For instance, the gift account down at Guile, the water at Guile Road, we're taking some of the money from that gift account to pay for that. We'd love to put a well down at that Guile Road, because that thing's about, depending on the summer, we could go as high as $45,000 watering that, depending on how hot it is.
It's a lot. Got Mike and then Darnell.
Yeah, I was on TV. I was worried that people would think I wasn't paying attention to what was going on because I was looking at my phone. But this morning, I have breakfast every week with some friends of mine. This morning I heard a friend of mine who's in the Sustainable Milton group talking about this kind of grass that has deep roots, doesn't need to be, maintained as much. And I couldn't remember the name of it, so I went on the internet just now. Yeah, and it was on Marketplace, the thing on NPR. In 2011, they talked about the town of Littleton was buying this kind of grass. Do you, and do you, what kind of grass seed do we use? And are we trying to get the kind that doesn't need to be watered as much or fertilized? It's more, I guess it costs more up front, but it pays for itself in a couple of years. And I guess they're doing it in Littleton.
Generally,
I can pass my phone over to you if you want.
most of our fields are Kentucky bluegrass.
Yeah.
So if maintained properly and fertilized properly, that's the goal is to have deep roots. There's, fertilizers you can use to get that. I don't know, I think I know what grass you're talking about, but I'm not sure the name myself offhand. But it's really not
It was a
great to-
blend. It's a blend.
Right.
It goes into a trade name of pearls.
Right, it's not the greatest to play, it's probably a good rectangle like soccer, lacrosse, rugby, football grass. It's probably not a good baseball grass because it's rough and it's just hard to groom tight, and what you want is something tight. I mean, personally, my goal is to make the fields look green and ready to play sports, because that's kind of what we do. So you really need to have the program, the fertilizer program, and the maintenance program in place to get your deep roots, but you need to maintain it. You need to aerate it, you need to slice seed it.
Well, maybe I'm thinking about Crane Field, where there used to be a sign that said no ball playing.
Yeah, well, that's easy
There could be
to take care
some
of.
places in town where we want to use.
But those ones are easy to take care of because they're not getting the wear and tear. Where you want the deep roots is on the football fields, the soccer fields, where they're pounding it constantly. I mean, the amount of play on our fields is crazy. I mean, think about it. Drive around town on a summer day or a fall or a spring day, that they're not usually empty unless it's during the day and the kids are at school or the people that coach them aren't home yet. But they get a lot of play. And the goal is to have deep roots in strong grass, and then in the long run, it's cheaper to maintain because you have that good turf. But it costs money, the money that we don't have. I mean, to put the program in place that we need to put in place, we're just not funded for that. I mean, you need more contractors. We have 3 guys, that have to cut the grass and clean up the fields and get the baseball fields ready. There's not a lot of time to do the extra stuff. So you have to hire contractors. Contractors are expensive.
Well, I know I'm probably running out of my time, but for the follow-up, we heard that we just got all this extra disk space for the information technology department. And so maybe we could keep some stats on the different parks, like the ones that need different kinds of treatment, maybe Crane Field could get stuff that you don't have to cut so often. It won't dry
Yeah.
out in the summer.
Again, I mean, Crane Field is probably not.
I think about it a lot because I see it every day.
Right, it's just not.
Now that I know the name of it too, it's amazing.
Not to say it's not important, but it doesn't get as cut as often because it's really not being played on and has to be maintained to a certain level to have playability. So it could go an extra couple of days.
Do you have any idea how happy my neighbors would be if I managed to use this forum to have a green Crane Field all summer long? All right, I'm up. Enough.
I think that's a question of the
In all
warrant.
honesty, again, we cut it. and
Irrigation is key.
There's no irrigation, and we just don't have the money to fertilize that and everything. And when we have a contractor come in, I actually tell them, listen, just quote the field, not the outside edges, because we don't have the money for the whole park. So when we go to Kelly Field, I say, listen, infield to infield, that's it. Deep left field, this place, because it all adds up when you go to 5 or 6 different fields. And instead of 35,000, it's 45, 50,000, and we don't have it. And I'll pick up on what Tommy said. If you look at our fields, very few are individual playing surfaces. Kelly Field is a multi-purpose. If you go by Kelly Field, it's used every single day by all the gym teachers, the gym classes at the school. And, not a lot of heavy stuff, but they're on it, and they're on where we drop the seed, and we put the fertilizer, and they're out there pounding away. In the afternoon, the high school's out there, whether it be soccer, lacrosse, baseball, you name it, they're there, softball. At night, you have the other crew, and then when we get into the summer, it kinda lightens up a little, just baseball, and once we get into the fall, we now have Gaelic football, we have rugby, we have 2 football programs now, and then the school programs, along with the soccer programs.
There's some soccer going on there too, yeah.
And we have, Kelly Field is multi-purpose, it's used all year long. Guile Road, every field up there is multi-purpose, used all year long, every inch of it, except the fenced-in baseball field. Thank God it's fenced in, because that would look like, you know, that would be used also. Andrews Field, it's used a lot, but the soil down there and the moisture that it keeps, that it's green most of the time, it holds up. And there's times when I kinda cut back on that. I'll tell the contractor, don't do this and this during this time frame because the field looks great. And we monitor it as close as we can to save money throughout the year. So, but the biggest thing is, we're getting pounded every day, whereas Milton Academy, they shut a field down, and they just keep people off. Cunningham Park, it's just softball, soccer, and baseball, and that's it. And it's not used 24/7, like our fields are used 24/7. And no matter what we do to it, the wear and tear, we can't keep up with it, because there's someone always on it. It's a very difficult task, and it's expensive, getting more expensive.
Oh, thanks.
So I guess it would really be helpful to think about a different approach to this budget, because your recreation programs should certainly pay for themselves, okay? I don't know that they should charge a 10% premium so that you can pay for additional fertilizer and field maintenance. And it's unaccountable because it's buried in those in just that one expense line of the rental revolving fund or wherever. So it's hard to get a handle on it to say, well, this is where your shortfall is, and it leads to things like that 28,000 water sewer line not being a mistake when it looks like a typo. And I guess I didn't think we were allowed to. I didn't think any department was allowed to get behind on their bills.
That's what I thought too.
But you ended
We had no
up.
choice. It was, what happened, we got behind when they rebuilt schools, especially up at Guile.
Mhm.
Water was running, and no one knew about it, and we got stuck with the bill when it was all said and done. And it was about $80,000. And they don't let water bills go south around here, so we had to try to keep up. And when you rebuild a field, like
So there was no, that happened in 1
2000.
metering period?
Pretty much it was well, that park was closed, that field was closed 4 years. They had safety issues, so when the schools opened, the middle field was still under the control of Suffolk. In order to get it right, there was a lot of back and forth. So when we got it back, we had a bill that we had to deal with, as well as when you redo Kelly Field, you're running the water 2-3 times a day to keep it and get it. When you redo Mary C. Lane, when we redo Shields, we need to run the water in our bills. That's why the wells are important to us.
But you inherited an $80,000
Roughly,
mistake
it was, yeah, it was roughly 80,000.
from
It
Suffolk
built up over
Construction.
3-4 years while the fields were being reconstructed and when they were finished. That was back in 2000, 2001.
So why didn't that bill go to Suffolk? Interesting. Don't know.
How much does it cost to put in a well? You were talking about over at Kelly, you had to put a well.
What was the Kelly mill?
Roughly 36,000. We had budgeted, we had a donation from Copeland,
Mhm.
and I think we got 25,000 from them. And in order to get the amount of water we needed. It went up to roughly everything included, including the final pieces of the puzzle when we capped it, around $36,000. We tried to put a well in up at, when they were doing the building project, way back, we asked them if they would put a well in up at the Guile, and it got taken out of the budget. We tried to drill a well about 10 years ago up there, right behind, right to the right of the Little League concession stand. And we were down 750 feet, and we were getting 13 gallons per minute. We had to stop it. And that cost us $25,000. And all we got was 13 gallons per minute. We needed about 60. So, it was something we needed, and it didn't work.
Which means,
Okay.
in a nutshell, it's hard to estimate it, because you don't know how deep it's cost per foot, and then you put in pumps and such. But you just don't know until you hit water and get your PSI, because you need a certain PSI to run the irrigation.
We did something a little different this year. We, this time down at Keller, we went with a geologist, is that who? We
Yeah.
brought in a guy,
They did some fracking.
some fracking, and he did some studying for 3 days, and he told us where to drill. And for days, I'm like, I don't know about this, and he was right. We got what we needed, and,
Had one of those little forked sticks.
he had a couple things, and he,
Oh, he started doing that
By the
flat,
way,
we might
good
find
dowser.
some oil.
hey,
huh?
I'd bring him
Come on.
back, because he was right on target. He was right on target, and, but if we could get a well up at Guile Road, it would really help the budget. Everything that we can do to save helps our budget. We need a tractor right now. Our tractor, $30,000, and then another probably with the pieces, Tommy, 15 to 20.
For your attachments.
Right. Then we could do the work on the aeration, fertilization, and all that. We could save, it would just be the product. We could save a lot of that money. But it's $30,000 plus another 15 to get the stuff, and in personnel. So there's a savings, but it's catch-22 for us.
So how much was your fracking guy? How much was he to come out and do your?
The geologist guy
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
That was all part
It
of
was all part of the 36. He was,
Oh.
he was around 45 to 5. And it could have gone up if he kept, but that was what it was. That was and that was built in. That's not where the extra, the electrical was really the extra, because we had to run from the Red House building. We had to run some electrical stuff, and it got a little more complicated because of the wiring. We had old wiring in the old irrigation system, in the timing box, so we had to fix that. And then what we did a year later, really that summer, we went in and we changed out pretty much all the lines on the field. They were like 30 years old with new heads and everything. We completed it. So our efficiency's pretty good there.
Works.
So, talking about personnel, I'm gonna bring up your level dollar scenario, which is, I think, pretty much, well, the difference between your level service and your level dollar is about $30,000, and that's for the laborer that we have not been able to fund. That was a request you made 2 years ago?
Last year.
Last year?
Last year.
Last year?
Personnel approved it last year, we came to you last year.
2 years ago, we were able to boost your seasonal by $10,000. And last year, we weren't able to do that. We were able to increase your general expense budget by 5, but obviously, you have some needs of which we weren't really aware. But looking at your current level dollar salary and wage sheet, I see that this is the vacancy that we haven't filled yet,
The W,
the W-5?
the W-5 has actually, it's going tonight. We promoted from within, it's being approved at the personnel board tonight. So we are gonna fill that spot from within. Our W-4 is moving up into the 5 spot.
Okay, you know, I'm gonna put this one back on so that people
Okay.
see the whole situation. And then I'll. Okay, so this is the level service, the desired for staffing situation, and you can see there are 2 vacancies. The laborer is the one that we haven't funded.
Right.
And this current vacancy is, I'm just wondering, how long has that been vacant? What's the story is, and you're telling me it's also being upgraded as well. So,
What we've promoted our W-4 to a W-5 to take that W-5 vacancy.
so William,
William Blase is
okay,
now.
he went from here to here.
Right,
Okay,
and that, as of tonight, will be official.
okay.
And then,
And so, but now you have a W-4
Yes.
vacancy.
and that, we posted, and we got no internal. And this Thursday and Saturday will be in the newspaper, and hopefully we'll have someone in that spot in the next 30 days to 60 days.
Mhm. So how long have you been down one person?
Since July.
Since
Oh,
July?
actually,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
29th, right?
Yeah. it was
Tommy
just about
retired.
August.
It was
The end of
August.
July.
End of July?
Yeah, July 28th, Tommy Monahan
Okay.
was his last day, he retired.
So you got through the rest of the summer with -1 guy. How did you do that?
Well, we actually hired additional seasonal kids. We took-
Additional seasonal.
And we've been using them all the way through with the good weather.
Right.
So, that's how we were able to, keep our manpower up and stay up with it through the fall with the cutting and everything.
Okay. So you're on budget in terms of your seasonal worker budget, or you're probably gonna, this year, or are you gonna probably
Probably go over it a little bit.
go over it?
Mm-hmm.
And you're gonna use that unpaid piece of the year to
Cover it,
cover
yes.
that?
Right.
I
In the
see.
spring, when we get busy again, we'll use that to, which.
So you might wanna monitor that so that
Oh,
you
yeah.
can see if there's something there you can switch over with 3%, the 3% rule. But that doesn't really help you in terms of funding for the year following. So, again, people are gonna say, or I've heard people say, well, geez, what do you guys all do during the winter time? Now, obviously, this winter hasn't really kicked in yet, except for it's a little hard to aerate a lawn that's frozen solid, but, and you have, I saw all your equipment the other day over at, in the garage, and it's beautifully lined up, but that must take a lot of maintenance over the winter. But you have a huge crew of seasonal workers in the summertime, and I think, you know, at the time, we didn't fund that laborer position. You know, one of the reasons is that we were unconvinced that you needed more full-time rather than more seasonal. So, I don't know if you have any arguments that you brought to the personnel board that you haven't shared with us, then maybe you ought to dust them off and, you know.
The biggest and easiest argument is seasonals generally, we do get to hold on a couple college kids, like, they're home for a month now, so we can use them a little bit. But a lot of the kids we hire seasonal are summer, high school kids or college kids. But they come to us in about May,
Mid-May
and they
to
leave in
end of May.
about August. When's the grass grow? Starts in April. So We're working hard to get everything ready, March and April, without those seasonals. And when they go in August, the best time to grow grass is in the fall, we all know that. So it's growing like crazy. The fields are going hard because all the programs are running. So that's really when we need them, and they're not here. If we don't have that full-time employee that we can put to get things ready and to put things to bed.
So you lost a full-time employee at the end of July, and then mid-August, college boys or high school kids.
Right.
So how have you
But
been
as
surviving
Dave
this
stated,
fall?
we were fortunate to keep a couple of them around.
We had,
Okay.
we had two that we were able, who would graduate, were looking for, well, one had graduated college, looking for work.
Mhm.
Kept him, he's been with us for 2 or 3 years. The other young man is a part-time student in the area, and we kept him on.
Oh, okay.
And they were experienced, so they were at least able, when we told them, you know, to cut, pick up, do this, we were able to maintain it. That's not, usually we have no one in the, once we get to September, there's nobody around. We happen to be lucky this year with that, and we actually, because Tommy being out.
You had the budget,
And
right?
part of the issue was I was out on extended sick leave, so I was not able to manage it on an every day. So some of the things fell through the cracks that might have been handled a little differently if I had been there the whole time. So we're trying to get, I've been back now for about a month and a half, and we're pretty much back on track, but.
Now, you also mentioned that you're looking after 115 acres, you said, these days?
Right, we're up to
And
115.
Has that changed over the last 4 or 5 years? I mean, you added some acreage recently, I think. No?
PS Middle School, we got.
In Flatley,
In
about 10
Flatley.
acres, 8 to 10 acres of maintenance
Of fields,
field, yes,
okay?
which, again,
That's- So, not 10% more fields,
right,
okay.
and it might not, it doesn't sound like much, but to drive up to Flatley is a 10-minute drive. Unload, you're looking at 30 minutes, just to get up there, to load one, head up there, unload, do the cutting, the whole bit, get down to, so it's, and it's a big park. We get a lot of help from the soccer people, they're excellent with the MISAC and everything, but about 10 extra acres. We maintain Pope's Park down off of, what's the street there? Sumner, and that's selectman property, but we cut it because the little kids use that for soccer, and
I'm trying to think what that is.
What does that mean, selectmen property?
they own that piece of land, the part, but we cut
Oh,
it,
okay.
and because
So the town owns it, but,
we maintain it. Just basic cutting, that's it.
Off of Canton.
Off of Canton?
Right off of,
Across the Parkway first, right?
right opposite the gas station, that short road that comes out there.
Oh, okay, I know exactly where.
There's a little park there, and believe it or not, it's used a lot by the
I know
kids'
where it
youth
is.
leagues.
oh, yeah.
And
Okay.
there were years, for years, no one would cut it. So we started cutting it about 12 years ago, so they could use it. And it's because of our lack of field space. You know, we help the police station, we have a good relationship with them. We cut the police station, they help us with our ID programs and with the other things that we need. They help us with our picture taking and stuff, so we cut that for them. So it's, these little pieces that take time, and so having another individual, there's times when we, in the summer, if something goes wrong, if we have an irrigation problem, my foreman's pretty good at irrigation, but if we're in the middle of the fall and we have to be cutting every day, I have to call a contractor. I can't pull him off a mower, I can't pull him off a field, so I have to call a contractor and have him come in and fix that irrigation. So with another laborer, Johnny could get down and fix that, and we'd save a lot of money. And it's not just that, it's fencing. We just had an issue at, a tree came down at the tennis courts at Kelly. We couldn't get to it. So we basically had to bring in a contractor. Flip side of it is, someone backed into, we did a nice, small stone wall, divided down at Shields in the center about 5 years ago. It was Musto, right?
Yep.
Who helped us with that? I mean, he built it, and, a truck, during the Christmas time, one of the delivery trucks, a UPS or a FedEx, backed into it and completely ruined it. It's put back together, but we had time to do it with the weather. So we did that. We were a little slower. Johnny went out and they fixed it. It's brand new. But there's things when our busy season, having that extra individual would be a savings for us, and we would be able to get to more things. So, sometimes we just have to make shift. If you go down to Kelly Field and you look at the playground, there's a piece of wood that's blocking one of the things. We haven't had time to put the piece up. It's going up next week, but there was a piece, we had to put a piece of plywood up to prevent a kid from falling through. The kids destroyed it. So until we find the time, we get the piece to put it up, it'll go up and be fixed. It's winter time, so it's not a priority right now, but, having an extra guy is a lot we could do, a lot more we could do. And if we go with a tractor, and we have to do that, slice seeding and everything, we're gonna need an extra guy to do that stuff.
Yeah, well, there's an argument for not giving you any equipment, if you have to then hire somebody to run it.
As long as we
But-
can tell them all your
but,
names, so when they call us complaining that the fields aren't
Right.
right.
Oh, sure, yeah, give my phone number. Betty?
In the last couple of years, how many seasonal employees have you typically hired in the summer? And I was just sort of thinking, as you're talking about this laborer position, whether you ever thought about it like being a part-time position, given that, you know, the needs change depending on the season?
I haven't really put any thought into that. Some thought has come to me where we might give up a seasonal, one or two seasonals spots to cover the cost.
Mm-hmm.
I've
And
looked
how
at
many,
it from
how many
that way.
seasonals do you usually hire in the
We're
summer?
budgeted for 6.
Okay,
What I try to do is, in order to hire more, we try to hire 7 and put them on a 32-hour work week instead of a 40. So we can put 7 kids to work. Our 3 guys take vacations, and when do they take vacations? In the summer. So there's times when there's just one senior guy there with
Well,
6
that's
or 7
crazy.
kids. You know,
Who wants to take a vacation in the summer?
Exactly.
You know, I don't get
but we're sending college kids out in a truck, 3 of them, with equipment, and they're cutting grass, and they're doing fields. A job that really should be done by a town laborer. And we have one guy who's might be running around on his truck grooming infields for that night. So that's why I kind of expanded. I went from 6 to 7. And we cut it down, and the kids like it. They like a day off. So it worked out good.
Nice. So, I guess what I would love to see from you, Dave, is for the future and for our information later on this budget season, is some kind of breakout on those expense lines in the revolving and gift categories. And if you had it for the previous year, that would make the exercise much more worthwhile to have 2 years. Because we have to look at something like a request for an extra $20,000 of, water and sewer compared to what you had in there from last year and this year, and we just can't. Your regular budget goes to 0 in every category because you blow through it, and we have no idea of what your actual costs, of maintaining the town's park system is, without that additional detail. So that would be really great if you could.
We have the information. For instance, we used 2 maintenance contractors last year, Shrewsbury Landscape and Sports Turf Specialties.
Sure.
We have their totals and what they do. We can pull that up, and I'm happy. We have the water bills. So we can basically, I can talk with Lisa tomorrow. We just lost our clerk, too. She just got promoted, so
Understand, yeah.
we're running with no,
oh, gosh.
it's a crazy system when you promote someone and you leave a department high and dry. I don't understand it, but that's where we're at starting tomorrow morning, with no clerk, 2 hours a day. So I'll try to get that, but it's there, it's in the system, we keep track of it. So I'll try, I can
Well,
look at that.
I don't need it
All right,
tomorrow.
just saying.
But, and I'll follow up with you on it, but it's, it would be helpful if, for instance, in this rental revolving, if that's $54,000 that went straight to field maintenance, it'd be good to know. And whatever else is there. So is anybody, I don't know, I think we've gotten a much better idea of how things work or don't work for the parks. And, you know, I want to thank you for everything you do to help us look good in the town. And because I think in general, we do look pretty good.
I have good people working for me. I have good outside people and I have good inside people. Very good, and they work hard.
And, you know, and thanks for coming in tonight. And I'll follow up with you. Excellent. Does anybody else have any other thoughts or questions? Nope. Okay.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay. Joe, sorry to keep you, waiting. We're only running 35 minutes behind, but, you know.
Good evening.
You can have as much time as you want.
Oh, great. Let's see if I can do it all in 5 minutes.
There you go. All right. Get your budget up. So, for the record, we have Joe Prondak here from the Inspectional Services Department. He is our, the Town of Milton's Building Commissioner. Thank you. And I don't know, before we get into your budget, is there anything you can tell us about the Hendry situation? Or not?
We're facing another delay due to some issues with some oil tanks on the properties. And we're in discussions with John Flynn about how to resolve that, and I think that's really all I can say.
Okay, so we're waiting. We'll find out someday. It's fine.
I wish I could tell you we're ready to tear it down tomorrow, but we're not at that point.
Understandable.
Well, that also means that we haven't spent the money yet either.
Yeah, that's good.
Hope it's an interest
Every
bearing
step
account.
forward, it seems we take 2 steps back, and that's just the complexities of this building.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, okay, anyway. So, inspectional services, relatively straightforward budget. I guess before we get into it too much, you could remind us what that $8,000 encumbrance was all about?
That was a, that was the, one of the, I believe it was a 3%,
No, it was an encumbrance from the prior year.
encumbrance from the prior year.
So in other words,
I think it may have been at the point in time where we were lacking the wiring inspector. Where, the actual source of it, I'm not sure. I know what we used it for, and the reason we encumbered it was to try and take some of our archival records and put them into electronic format.
so this is sort of an outside contract to,
Yes.
that you contracted for towards the end of the year, and then
Yep.
the performance didn't happen until the next. Okay.
Correct.
So, but it's quite a one-time expense that you were able to cover from your regular budget, right? That 8,000?
No, so the $8,000 was, well, yeah, again, from the prior year.
From the prior
There
year?
was a period of time where we didn't have a wiring inspector because one had left, and between the time one left and one was rehired, there was that leftover salary in between.
Oh, so you used a 3% transfer to get it
Yes.
into the equipment line, and then
I,
something like that?
Yep.
And then it became encumbered? Okay,
Yes.
well, all right. Because generally you need your $19,000 of general expenses. You don't have an extra 8,000 sitting there.
right.
Okay. Just wanted to get that out of the way. All right.
Yeah, so that's not there for the upcoming year, that money is gone,
Okay, so it's really the only difference you're showing in a request for level service versus, continuing with level dollars is, since, anyway, you don't need any more things or general, for general expenses. You don't
Right.
need any more dollars for that, you're okay. Because you didn't ask for any more.
correct.
Okay. And however, on the salary side of life, okay, before we get to the salary side of life, this year you didn't give us any information on income, because we didn't ask you for it on B.
Yeah, that was my,
But you did tell us in your notes that you're generating $185,000 more each year in fees.
but, yeah, and also, or we had in the past 2 years, and that we expect to be at least on target with last year, this year. I mean, I can give you an example that I think shows how difficult it is to project what the fees will be. And this year does look pretty good so far. So I looked at, from July 1st, 2014 to 2 days ago, January 12th, we issued 615 building permits in that 6-month period, for a total construction value of $30,745,000, and therefore generated fees of about $344,000. In the same time last year, the same 6-month period, we issued the exact same number of building permits, 615 building permits, but the value was only $19,915,000, and generated $279,000 in fees. So it's very hard to project where the economy is gonna take the construction market. But the number so far for this year, halfway through, we are about $60,000 higher for the same time in fees that we've taken in than we were last year.
Well, that's impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the market,
Very helpful.
the market is incredibly strong. It could, it could drop off tomorrow. We just don't know. I suspect not, but there's really no way to know for sure what it's gonna do. So,
I mean, you're talking $60,000 above where you were last
time
year.
last year.
This time last year.
For the same number of fees.
for the same number of permits.
Sorry, that's what I meant to say, excuse me. Permits, 615.
Yeah, bigger additions
In the
in bigger
eclipse.
houses.
Yeah, the eclipse is renovating.
And the spring is usually stronger than the fall?
We like to say that, but,
Second half.
the mild winters keep things going and
Right.
improve technology too. The fact that, we can pour concrete in 0-degree weather now. People, and people want to work. The contractors don't want to stop if they don't have to.
Right.
So there haven't been the spikes in the spring and after the summer vacation, the early fall, that there have been historically in the past. But yeah, it will be busier, certainly. Some people just hold off.
Okay, now in the past, when you did report your income,
Mhm.
and I think we we need to revamp it. I mean, one of the problems with local revenue is each department would have, might generate a few fees, and then they would be collected under the term fees at the, accounting level. And it would be hard to relate one person's fee or permit number to the total collection of, in the accounting system. But I think we have to revisit how we're looking at this, because we ought to see it by department, and rather than having us look at licenses, one line, permits another line, fees another line, it ought to say income from building department, income from police department, income from, whatever department it is, so that it might be segregated that way. But anyway, and then we can look at the activity in that department and relate it more closely to the fee, the income history. Now, we could never get much of a history from you, or prediction from you anyway, because you just, even in the face of a number like this, you would tell us that your total was gonna go down 10%. So,
Just to be safe.
so even though you're up $60,000 halfway through the year. So that's one reason no department was giving us accurate predictions on their income. So we started just looking at the history, overall history, from the accountant's records. But it's good to hear what's going on.
Yeah, and if I could add to that, I mean, I only did that projection on the building permit fees.
Right.
I suspect if I did it on plumbing, wiring, and gas fees, I'm gonna have a similar increase. So reality probably, I'm gonna guess we're $75,000 to $80,000 up from the same period last year.
Mhm. So when you report these numbers to the accountant,
Amy?
do they get broken down into the plumbing and the wiring and the whatever, or is it all just one?
No, they'll give, even in the annual report, it's broken down.
Great, great.
Yeah, because
Okay.
she often has to answer, I know she often has to answer to the DOR when they see a particular spike, they wanna know exactly where it came from, so she does get all that information.
Yeah, I don't know what they do with that information.
Yeah, I don't, no idea.
But we'd be more interested in seeing your department's information unified on one line in our, for our local revenue purposes. And,
Yep,
and
thank you.
I think it's a switch that could be accommodated by the accountant. So,
I can report it out any way anybody wants, pretty much.
great. So I don't know if anybody has any questions on the income stream generated here, but the building department in general is, you bring in about $800,000 a year.
We have, yes.
Yes.
Historically, it can go much lower than that.
Right. Anyway, it's a big chunk, and it's been on the increase the last few years, and that seems to be indicative of some building activity in town, and I guess it doesn't look to stop.
In the real estate market, the construction market's tied closely to the real estate market. We have a hot market here in Milton, hot real estate market. I think everybody knows that. People are, asking $400,000 for the houses and getting $450,000. It's not happening in every community.
No. Donnell, did you have a question?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so the difference between your level service and your sort of level dollar request, your improved service and your level dollar request is in the hours for some of the inspectors.
Right.
So this is level service. Walter White used to have 16 hours.
Yep.
Can't even see this, right? Gina, I have paper copies of all this, because I think you asked for paper copies.
Yes.
Okay, I have more paper copies for you, because you missed the second distribution.
Okay, thank you.
anyway, we're looking at an inspector going from, that had been at 16 hours, coming up to 20 hours per week. And we're looking at the plumbing.
The plumbing inspector going from 20.
What does that mean, W/M?
Our plumbing inspector is also our sealer of weights and measures. He does the taxi cabs and the
Okay, weights
scales
and
the-
measures, okay, thank you.
Scales in the stores, things of that nature.
Anyway, and you're requesting that he go up 3 hours from 22 hours a week to 25, and that's the difference.
That is the difference.
Looking
And-
for 7 hours more per week labor on 2 part-time inspectors. And that would be helpful to you, I think.
Yeah, what I would say to that, I mean, obviously, when our income goes up, construction value goes up, the amount of work goes up. So in the building work, it's, obviously, we have a lot more intense projects, a lot more complicated projects, a lot larger projects, and that's reflective of the dollar value. So it takes more time and more staff to inspect those and review the plans and deal with the contractors and homeowners. The request on the plumbing inspector, I think, is directly tied to the incentive programs from the state that are allowing people to replace their boilers and heating systems. We've seen a big spike in number of permits for that type of work. And that has increased the need for the number of inspections. So that's in a nutshell what the purpose of those 2 increases are.
Don't know?
What type of programs are these that are being offered, and how are they something I expect, do we need inspection for what are they?
Those are the mass save programs for the most part. So if you have an older boiler in your house that's inefficient, you can go to mass save and they'll give you, depending on the boiler that you buy, they'll give you certain rebates for that boiler to encourage you to hire a plumber and a gas person to go out and, put a new boiler in your home. So yes, that is inspected.
It's a great deal, I did it. Great
I actually
deal.
did it myself.
You have to be careful who you get, though, to do the work, because my next door neighbor's got somebody who claimed he was certified by Mass Save and actually wasn't. So,
Yeah,
problems.
and that
You
could
need-
tie up your rebate.
You need to see that certification. So we're looking at 7 hours, and that would, a week, and that would do the job. Now, if I recall, as soon as you go over 19 hours a week officially, then you become a different type of employee, one that is in line for more benefits. Is that
Benefit
right?
employee. Yeah, from a benefit.
No, this is a benefited position now as far as vacation and,
Healthcare?
Okay.
I don't think
I don't think so,
healthcare.
healthcare. I think the division there is 19 and 20 hours, is that right? So I'm not entirely sure that you're asking for 4 hours a week, which is nothing. But if a $30,000, $20,000, insurance policy is attached to that, it becomes a different kind of a request.
I know I've discussed that with Anne Marie Fagan in the past. I don't recall it coming up when I initially proposed this request.
Oh, that's
I'm
why you
not
got
sure there
us.
I'm not sure there wasn't a change in that.
I don't know. But we have to check that out.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't know. Does anybody have any other questions for Joe? I mean, I think Phil.
Yeah, Joe, we were looking at your expenses budget before.
Oh, sorry, I have more questions too.
The total is just under $20,000.
Right.
And more than half of it is in a line item called miscellaneous.
That was my question. Thank you,
Big
Phil.
chunk of your budget.
Right,
which is
and-
sort of
and-
undescribed.
My understanding from day one, and that may have changed with some of the new systems that have come on board, but that we had these categories, and we couldn't add them. We couldn't make up our own categories. So 7,500 of that is going to be for our IT. In other words, we went to an online permitting system several years ago, so there was an initial fee to buy that system, but then there's the annual maintenance fees. We actually have two modules, one that handles our permitting, and then one that handles our complaints. So the 7,500 of that is for
A contract?
the annual maintenance, yeah, contract type of thing.
Okay. We were trying to protect your contracts in case they were going up, and we asked you to level dollar your general expenses. So for instance, if that contract was $6,000 and now it's $7,500, by burying it into your general expenses, you are automatically cutting your other expenses by that 1,500 increase. We were trying to identify contracts across town and through all budgets.
I guess we.
So we missed that one.
Yeah, I did miss that one. We were looking, the only other contract we have really, or actually, would have been like the copier maintenance. But.
Well,
that
those are
was-
things that go up, and
Yeah.
we might not always have the dollars to support your level service request, or, we might even have to cut something. So we really do need to know what the contracts are, what they were last year, and
Yep.
what they were actually in 14, what they were, what you think they are this year, because maybe you've signed a contract for it already, and then what you think it's gonna be in 16. So, yeah, if you can amend
Schedule A.
schedule.
Sure. So
Well, right. Yeah, the Excel spreadsheets
Contract,
that were
okay.
developed for this year's budget template, will populate some of the Schedule A amounts if you put them in properly in Schedule E, general expenses. So, yeah, if you could look at that and get back to
Yes,
us on that,
definitely.
because if you have, so, now the other thing is, I'm sure you can, so a large part of that would come out of miscellaneous,
Mhm.
so 7,500.
So, yeah, the whole thing, all of it. That's where I had that.
So that's, it's all contracts and miscellaneous.
No, so another 1,500 of that is,
Copy machine.
no, actually, this is for updated codes, updated code books this year. The state is going to, they put out new versions of the building code. In theory, every 3 years, but this time it only happened every 6. So we are currently operating on the 2009 building code. We skipped the 2012. And we're going to adopt the 2015, or we're going to be made to adopt the 2015. So years ago, we used to write our own building code, and we used to plagiarize codes from various code writing agencies across the country, and they got in trouble for that a couple of years ago. So now they adopt these national codes, which are put out by private publishing companies. This one happens to be ICC, or the International Code Council. So we then have to buy our code books from that company. And then Massachusetts has its own set of amendments to make those codes unique to Massachusetts. But along with those code books also comes a new round of standards from NFPA and, the names are escaping me at the moment, but the majority of our codes, our fire sprinkler code, our fire alarm code, all come from National Fire Protection Agency, which is also a private publishing company. So when the building codes get updated, we also have to get the current versions of those supplements to the code, or reference standards, as we call them.
So when you're out in the field, do you have all these codes in a handheld device of some sort that you can refer to?
No, all of that is done. That's to do the work in the office. That's for the plan review process. So if somebody comes in and
you actually physically go through the book to the relevant portion.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, you have to.
And it's not digitized in any shape, form, or fashion?
Oh, it can be, but it's the same price. They don't care. They don't care if they print it and put it there. It's just easier for us to use when we have the book there, because sometimes you have to take it to the counter. You know, sometimes there are occasions where we take the books out in the field, but that's kind of rare.
So this is basically Massachusetts law, building
Yeah.
code.
Oh, yeah.
And isn't the law available for free?
No,
No.
no.
Gee. Gotta
You know,
be-
actually, some of it is in a read-only version, but not printable. I was told I could use my iPhone to take a picture of each and every 800 pages.
So it's available in a read-only if you.
Read-only version, but the.
You do it.
But the reference standards, the NFPA standards, are only the current version. So for example, in the 2009 code, building code that we're under now, we reference 2007 NFPA standards, for example, or it could be 2004, depending on which it is. If you were to go and look at the NFPA site today, you could read only a 2012 version, but you can't do a read-only on the prior version, so you have to buy them one way or another.
It's just
Yeah.
cost of doing business, I guess. So, can you tell us, yeah, I don't want to get too diverted here, but what is the controversy about the fire codes in new apartment construction?
A controversy about fire codes.
Whether or not you're going to apply the new sprinkler codes or not to buildings that have, got underway or?
I think we're talking about the Permit Extension Act, and where a building, a potential building down at Adams Street was permitted back in 2008. We were then under the 6th edition of the building code. We're now in the 8th edition, but because of this Permit Extension Act, which mandated some statutory extensions, but then allowed at the local level for us to further extend it. So someone had requested for that one particular building that I extend that particular permit for this development to happen down on Adams Street. And the question was raised that what exactly are the differences between the 2006 and the 2009? That would take a monumental effort to compare the features in that 2006 building, or let's say the 6th edition building to the 8th edition building. Would there have been a substantial difference? Not so much in fire sprinkler. The bigger changes that happened in the building code between the 6th and the 8th were in seismic design or earthquake design. So it would have been a bigger structural issue for that company to redesign the frame of that building as opposed to redesigning the sprinkler system.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
That's the Reader's Digest version.
Great. So does anybody have any other questions for Joe tonight? No? Well, it's good for us when you're busy, so we're glad you're busy and
I could use a couple of nice blizzards to just slow things down and let us catch up.
Sorry, no Joe for those.
thank you for coming in, Joe, really
Thanks, Joe.
appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Good luck with the building season, so I don't have anything else this evening, and I hope everybody has plans for a nice long weekend.
You know who's coming in Monday?
Nobody's
We're
coming.
not gonna have a meeting Monday.
Go Monday.
You can come in if you
We're
wish.
closed.
Okay, it's up to
Yeah, I'll give you the keys.
How about Wednesday?
Wednesday, okay, yeah, the email I sent out at 4:23
has the schedule.
All right.
has the schedule. There are a few departments that I haven't yet schedule. But I have most of the schedule in shape. We have a slate of 3 departments on next week, and I'm maybe adding a 4th. So,
Paul, motion to adjourn.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous, Julia.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.